They tried to hide this for centuries. Crowns worth billions vanished without a trace. Queens beheaded, their jewels stolen the same day. Diamonds ripped apart, gold melted by the very people sworn to protect it, and one necklace so dangerous they erased it from history. What you're about to hear will shatter everything you thought you knew about royalty. 30 treasures. Gone, some in plain sight. Others bury with secrets the crown will never admit. The truth, it's been waiting in the dark. And today, we're dragging it into the light. This isn't history. This is betrayal, bloodshed, and billions lost forever. Before we begin our journey into vaults that were emptied, rivers that claimed their prizes, and the shadows where priceless objects disappeared, take a moment to settle in. Find a comfortable position. Let the weight of the day fall away, because tonight we're wandering through the lost archives of British royalty, where every missing jewel tells a story, and every story ends with a mystery that has never been solved. The year was 1216. England was at war with itself. King John, a monarch so despised that no English king has taken his name since, was fighting for his crown against rebellious barons and a French prince who wanted his throne. John was many things: a schemer, a tactician, a man who understood power, but he was also, by most accounts, losing. The barons had forced him to sign the Magna Carta the year before, that groundbreaking document that limited royal authority for the first time in English history. But John had no intention of honoring it. He'd repudiated the charter almost immediately, and now the country was tearing itself apart. By October of 1216, John was on the move, traveling with his court and his army through the eastern counties of England. He was sick. Chronicles from the time suggest he'd contracted dysentery, possibly in King's Lynn, a coastal town that served as one of his strongholds. But even weakened by illness, John was still a king, and kings in the 13th century didn't travel light. They brought everything with them: tents, weapons, provisions, servants, and most importantly, treasure. John's baggage train was massive. It carried his personal wealth, the tools of governance, and the symbols of his kingship. Among the cargo were items that would make your breath catch even today. Gold plate for royal banquets, silver cups and goblets, some weighing several pounds each, jeweled belts and clasps, rings set with rubies and emeralds, sacred relics housed in golden shrines, royal regalia that had belonged to his grandmother, the Empress Matilda, including what some sources described as a magnificent German crown. There were also more practical treasures, the kind a king at war needed desperately: coins, lots of them, enough gold and silver to pay an army. The exact contents of that baggage train have been debated by historians for 8 centuries. A scholar named A.V. Jenkinson, writing in the early 20th century, went through medieval records and identified specific items John was known to possess. There was a clasp studded with emeralds and rubies, a gift from the Bishop of Norwich, 4 rings he'd received from Pope Innocent III back in 1204, multiple sets of crowns and ceremonial regalia. The sheer volume of precious objects John carried with him was staggering, even by royal standards. On October 11th, John left King's Lynn, heading south towards Spalding in Lincolnshire. The journey required crossing the Wash, a massive tidal estuary on the east coast of England. Even today, the Wash is a treacherous place. It's a landscape that shifts constantly, where land and sea trade places twice a day with the tides. Shallow channels wind through salt marshes and mudflats. Quicksand lurks beneath innocent-looking surfaces, and the tides, when they come in, they come fast. In 1216, the Wash was even more dangerous. The River Nain, which feeds into the estuary, was much larger then, with an opening several miles wide. There were known paths across the tidal flats, causeways that could be traversed at low tide. But timing was everything. Miss your window and the sea would claim you. John himself crossed safely. He took the longer route, the secure path. But his baggage train, whether through misfortune or miscalculation, attempted a more direct crossing. What happened next depends on which chronicler you believe. Roger of Wendover, writing a few years after the event, described it dramatically. He claimed that a whirlpool suddenly opened in the mud, and a massive tide roared in, drowning horses and men and dragging treasure chests into the depths. Modern science offers a less supernatural but equally terrifying explanation. Professor Donald Olson, an astronomer from Texas State University, analyzed the astronomical conditions on that October day. His calculations showed that the sun and moon were aligned in a way that created what's called a perigean spring tide. This is a phenomenon that occurs roughly once every 13 months, when the gravitational pull of both the sun and moon combine to create extraordinarily high tides and powerful tidal bores. A tidal bore is essentially a wave that travels up an estuary, and it can move faster than a galloping horse. Picture it. Heavy wagons loaded with treasure sinking into soft mud, horses struggling to pull them free, servants and soldiers scrambled to save what they could, and then the water, not creeping in slowly but rushing toward them like a wall. In moments the causeway would have been underwater. Horses drowned, men drowned, wagons overturned, chests burst open, spilling their contents into the churning water and mud. Gold and jewels tumbling into the silt, buried under layers of sand and sediment. The loss devastated John. Multiple chronicles record that when he heard the news, he was overcome with grief and rage. One source, Matthew Paris, wrote that the baggage train contained things which the king next to his life held too dear in the world. Within days, John's health deteriorated rapidly. He died on October 19th, just over a week after the disaster at Newark Castle. He was 49 years old. Some historians believe the shock of losing his treasure hastened his death. Others think he was already dying from dysentery, and the loss simply broke what little will he had left. But what exactly was lost in the wash? That's where the mystery deepens. We know from later records that some regalia survived. When John's 9-year-old son was crowned as Henry III just 10 days after his father's death, the coronation used several pieces that had supposedly been in John's possession. St. Edward's crown, the ancient coronation crown, reportedly worn by Edward the Confessor in the 11th century, was definitely used at Henry's second coronation in 1220, so that piece at least was saved. But other items were never mentioned again. The crown of Empress Matilda, John's grandmother, disappears from all records after the First Barons' War. It's never inventoried, never described, never used. Historians believe it may have been the crown lost in the wash. Then there are all the personal treasures John had collected from religious houses. In the summer of 1215, as soon as he decided to ignore the Magna Carta, John sent urgent letters to 17 bishops and abbots ordering them to send him all items they were holding in safekeeping. The response was overwhelming. Within weeks, John had amassed 143 cups and 14 goblets, 14 dishes, 8 flagons, 5 pairs of basins, 40 belts, 6 clasps, 16 staffs, 52 rings, and 2 pendants, mostly in gold or silver. There were also 4 shrines, 2 gold crosses, 3 gold combs, a gold vessel ornamented with pearls, 2 candelabra, 2 thuribles, and 3 golden phylacteries. Some of this wealth John had already spent by October 1216. Medieval kings regularly melted down treasure to pay soldiers or sold jewels to raise cash, but at least some of it was still with him when he attempted that crossing. The unanswered question is, how much? Over the centuries, the legend of King John's lost treasure has inspired countless searches. The problem is that the wash has changed dramatically in 800 years. The tides have shifted soil and sand, creating new land in some places and eroding it in others. The River Nene has altered its course. What was underwater in 1216 might be under farmland now. What was solid ground might be beneath the waves. Modern technology has been applied to the search with mixed results. In 2015, researchers used laser mapping to create detailed topographical models of the Wash, trying to reconstruct what the landscape looked like in King John's time. Metal detectorists have swept the area for decades. In 2017, a treasure hunter who called himself Metal Detector Man consulted a tarot card reader for guidance. In 2020, another searcher named Raymond Koschok claimed he'd invented special equipment that could detect the magnetic signature of gold and silver, and he began excavations based on his findings. In 2016, archaeologists conducted a dig at Tid St. Giles, a village roughly halfway between Wisbech and Long Sutton, along one of the possible routes John's baggage train might have taken. They found minor medieval artifacts, enough to confirm human activity in the area during the right time period, but no gold, no jewels, no royal regalia. In March 2024, plans for a new solar farm near Walpole Marsh necessitated a larger excavation by the West Norfolk and King's Lynn Archaeological Society. Again, they found historical objects, pieces of the past, but nothing that glittered. The treasure, if it exists, remains lost. Some historians have questioned whether there ever was a substantial loss. They point out that Henry III's coronation just days later featured plenty of regalia. They note that losing the royal treasury would have been a catastrophic financial setback for the young king and his regents. And yet, England continued functioning. The argument goes that if something truly valuable had been lost, there would be more contemporary documentation, more hand-wringing in the official records. But other historians counter that medieval record-keeping was inconsistent at best, especially during a civil war. They argue that the multiple chronicle accounts, written independently and all describing a disaster in the Wash, can't all be fabrications. The fact that certain items, like Empress Matilda's crown, are never mentioned again suggests something significant was indeed lost. The romance of the mystery persists, partly because of what it represents. King John, one of England's most unpopular monarchs, literally watched his kingdom's wealth disappear into the mud. There's a poetic justice to it, a fitting end for a king who taxed his people into rebellion and then lost everything trying to hold onto power. The Wash keeps its secrets, and somewhere, beneath layers of silt and sand, beneath farmland or tidal flats, there may be a scatter of gold and jewels that once represented the height of medieval English royal power. But King John's treasure wasn't the only crown lost to English history. It wasn't even the most important one, because nearly 4.5 centuries after John's wagons sank into the Wash, another disaster struck the royal collection. This one wasn't an accident of nature. It was deliberate, ideological, and devastatingly thorough. The year was 1649. England had just done something almost unthinkable. It had executed its king. Charles I had been tried for treason against his own people, found guilty, and beheaded outside the banqueting house in Whitehall on January 30th. The monarchy was finished, or so Parliament believed. On February 6th, the House of Lords was abolished. The next day, the Stuart line of succession officially ended. England was no longer a kingdom, it was a commonwealth, governed by a council with Oliver Cromwell as its most powerful voice. But ending a monarchy isn't just about removing a king, it's about dismantling everything that monarchy represents. The symbols, the ceremonies, the physical objects that embody royal authority. And nowhere were those symbols more concentrated than in the crown jewels. For centuries, the coronation regalia had been kept at Westminster Abbey, guarded as sacred objects. They included crowns, scepters, orbs, swords, spurs, rings, and ceremonial robes. Some pieces dated back hundreds of years. They were used at every coronation to transform an ordinary person into an anointed sovereign, blessed by God to rule. To Republicans like Cromwell, these objects were dangerous. They were, in the words of Parliament's decree, symbolic of the detestable rule of kings and monuments of superstition and idolatry. On August 9, 1649, a man named Sir Henry Mildmay was given orders. He was to gather all the coronation regalia, break them apart, remove the jewels, and melt down the gold. Mildmay had been a judge at Charles's trial, though he hadn't signed the death warrant, so he wasn't officially a regicide, but he was trusted by the new government, and he was thorough in his work. The destruction was systematic. Crowns were removed from their velvet cases and handed to craftsmen. Gemstones were pried from their settings. Diamonds, sapphires, emeralds, rubies, and pearls were sorted into packets and sold to the highest bidder. The gold frames, centuries-old works of art, were carried to the Tower of London Mint and thrown into furnaces. The molten gold was poured into molds and stamped into coins bearing the words Commonwealth of England. What had once represented divine kingship was transformed into currency to fund Cromwell's new government. The public hated it. The Earl of Pembroke, watching this cultural vandalism, called Mildmay the Knave of Diamonds, a bitter pun on his role in dismantling jeweled treasures. But the opposition didn't stop the process. By the time the work was complete, nearly all of medieval and Tudor England's coronation regalia had ceased to exist. The most valuable single piece destroyed was the Tudor crown. This crown, probably created for either Henry VII or Henry VIII at the beginning of the Tudor dynasty, was described by art historian Sir Roy Strong as a masterpiece of early Tudor jewelers' art. It first appears in royal records, in a 1521 inventory. During Henry VIII's reign, the crown was extraordinary, a confection of gold, enamel, and precious stones that represented the height of Renaissance craftsmanship. We know what it looked like because of paintings. Charles I, in the years before his execution, had been painted wearing it. The artist Daniel Maytens created a detailed portrait in 1631 showing Charles in full regalia, the Tudor crown prominent on his head. From that portrait and from written inventories, historians have been able to reconstruct its appearance. The crown had 4 crosses alternating with 4 fleurs-de-lis. 4 arches rose from the band, studded with pearls and gemstones, meeting at the top to support an orb and cross. The base was set with huge table-cut stones, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds, arranged in intricate patterns. Contemporary descriptions catalog the crown's components in precise detail. There were 344 pearls, dozens of major gemstones, 5 small sculptures decorating the arches, figures of saints that had been added by Henry VIII after the Reformation to emphasize the king's authority over the church, St. George, St. Edmund, St. Edward the Confessor, and Henry VI, who was venerated as a saint at the time, along with a figure of the Virgin and Child. When Mildmay's men dismantled the Tudor crown, they valued it at £1,100, an enormous sum of 1649. The gold was melted, the jewels were sold, the sculptures were presumably destroyed or lost. For 3.5 centuries, that seemed to be the end of the story. The Tudor crown was gone, reduced to Commonwealth coins and scattered gemstones. Then, in 2017, something remarkable happened. A metal detectorist named Kevin Duckett was searching a field near Market Harborough in Northamptonshire. His detector beeped. He dug carefully and pulled from the soil a small object, dirty and unremarkable at first glance. After cleaning, it revealed itself to be a golden figurine, exquisitely detailed, showing a king seated and holding an orb and scepter. The figure was enameled in blue and red. It was clearly very old and very valuable. Duckett took his find to experts at the British Museum. They examined it carefully, comparing it to historical descriptions and to the portraits of the Tudor crown. The conclusion was stunning. This was one of the 5 sculptures from the lost crown. Based on its style and the details of its construction, it likely sat on one of the crown's fleur-de-lis, a small but perfect piece of 16th-century goldsmith work. Somehow it had survived Mildmay's destruction. Perhaps it had been removed before the crown melted down. Perhaps a craftsman had pocketed it. Perhaps it had been lost or deliberately hidden during the chaos of the Civil War. The location of the find is significant. Market Harborough is near Naseby, the site of the decisive battle in 1645 where Cromwell's New Model Army crushed the Royalist forces. Charles I fled after that defeat, taking a route that would have led him through or near Market Harborough. It's possible the figurine was lost during that retreat, either by accident or because someone was trying to hide it from the advancing parliamentary forces. Historian Leanda de Lisle, a biographer of Charles I, suggested that the figurine might have already been removed from the crown before Cromwell's official destruction order. If royalists knew the regalia were in danger, they might have attempted to save pieces, smuggling small items out before the full dismantling began. The discovery proved that at least fragments of the lost crown survived. If one sculpture made it through 370 years buried in a field, might there be others? Could more pieces be hidden in British soil, waiting for another lucky metal detectorist to hear that telltale beep? In 2012, before Duckett's find, Historic Royal Palaces commissioned a replica of the Tudor crown. They used the historical inventories and the painted portraits to guide the reconstruction. Retired crown jeweler Harry Collins led a team of goldsmiths who employed authentic Tudor metalworking techniques to create a stunning reproduction. It now sits on display at Hampton Court Palace, giving visitors a sense of what was lost. The replica uses 344 pearls and gemstones, carefully selected to match the descriptions of the original. But it's silver gilt, not solid gold, and the stones are cultured pearls and semi-precious gems, not the priceless originals. The real Tudor crown, valued at roughly £2 million in today's currency just for the materials alone, is gone. Its artistic and historical value would be incalculable. What remains is a single golden figure, a king frozen in precious metal, a fragment that survived when everything around it was destroyed. But the Tudor crown wasn't the only crown lost in 1649. The original St. Edward's crown, reputedly worn by Edward the Confessor in the 11th century and used at every English coronation for hundreds of years, met the same fate. This crown was even older, even more sacred in the eyes of medieval Christians. It was kept at Westminster Abbey, Edward's burial place, and was considered a holy relic as much as a piece of royal regalia. When Parliament ordered the destruction, St. Edward's crown was dismantled, along with everything else. The gemstones were removed and sold. The gold frame was melted down and converted to coins. Unlike the Tudor crown, no fragments of St. Edward's crown have ever been recovered. We don't even have detailed descriptions of what it looked like. There are references to it in inventories, mentions of its use at coronations, but no surviving images, no precise catalogue of its stones or its construction. After the restoration in 1660, when Charles II returned from exile to reclaim his father's throne, new regalia had to be created from scratch. The royal goldsmith, Sir Robert Vyner, was given the enormous task of recreating the crown jewels. The cost was £12,184, 7 shillings and twopence, roughly the price of building and furnishing 3 warships. Vyner based his designs on old records and descriptions of the lost items. The new St. Edward's crown, completed in 1661, became the centerpiece of the restored collection. It's been used at every coronation since, most recently for Charles III in 2023. But it's not the original. It's a replacement, a recreation based on memories and documents. The real St. Edward's crown, the one that might have actually touched the head of Edward the Confessor 900 years ago, is gone, turned into Commonwealth coins that were spent and lost to history. The 1649 destruction claimed dozens of other pieces, too. There were royal scepters, some dating back to the 14th century, orbs that symbolized Christian dominion over the world, ceremonial swords carried in coronation processions, golden spurs, the emblems of knighthood, which had been used since at least the coronation of Richard I in 1189, a pair of spurs from the mid-14th century, added to St. Edward's regalia around 1399, was melted down. Royal robes and vestments, some embroidered with gold thread and set with jewels, were either sold or destroyed. The only significant pieces that survived were accidents or acts of mercy. A 12th century anointing spoon, the oldest object in the current crown jewels, was saved because a man named Clement Kinnersley bought it. Kinnersley had been an official in Charles I's wardrobe, and he was one of the commissioners organizing the sale of the late king's goods. When the anointing spoon came up for sale, Kinnersley purchased it for 16 shillings. He kept it safely through the Commonwealth period, and when Charles II was restored to the throne in 1660, Kinnersley returned the spoon to the crown. Whether this was an act of secret loyalty to the monarchy or simply a wise investment is unclear, but the spoon's survival means that there is at least one object in today's crown jewels that has an unbroken link to the medieval collection. 3 Stuart swords also survived, hidden or overlooked during the destruction. They were returned to the crown after the restoration and remain part of the regalia today. But everything else, the great medieval crowns, the Tudor masterpieces, the accumulated wealth and artistry of centuries, was reduced to raw materials. Gold became coins, jewels became cash, history became Commonwealth revenue. Some pieces may have escaped. There were rumors during the Civil War that Cavalier soldiers loyal to the king managed to smuggle out one of the crowns before the official destruction began. According to these stories, the crown, possibly the diadem of St. Edward, was hidden and its location never revealed. No evidence has ever surfaced to support this legend, but it persists, a hopeful tale in the midst of documented loss. What we know for certain is that the vast majority of England's medieval crown jewels no longer exist. They were deliberately destroyed as symbols of a political system that Parliament wanted to erase. The men who carried out that destruction believed they were creating a new world, one where kings would never again hold absolute power. Within 11 years, the monarchy was back, and the first thing Charles II did was commission new crown jewels to replace what had been lost. The irony is that by destroying the original regalia, Parliament actually made it easier for future monarchs to claim legitimacy. The new crowns and scepters created in 1661 had no problematic histories. They weren't tainted by association with tyrannical kings or disputed successions. They were fresh, purpose-built for a restored but chastened monarchy. And because they were based on the old designs, they maintained the visual continuity of the royal ceremony. Still, something irreplaceable was lost in 1649. Not just the monetary value of the gold and gems, though that was substantial. Not just the artistic achievement, though Tudor and medieval goldsmiths created works of breathtaking beauty. What was lost was the physical connection to centuries of English history. Those crowns had rested on the heads of kings and queens whose decisions shaped the nation. Those scepters had been held during moments of national crisis and triumph. Those robes had been worn at coronations that people remembered for generations. When Cromwell's men threw those objects into the furnace, they were trying to break the spell of monarchy. They didn't succeed, obviously. The monarchy returned. But they did break the chain of physical objects that linked each generation of royals to the ones before. The crown jewels today are magnificent, but they're essentially 17th century and later creations. The medieval and Tudor pieces are gone, except for that one small golden figure pulled from the soil in Northamptonshire, still holding its tiny orb and scepter after more than 350 years in the ground. A king in miniature, surviving when his full-sized counterparts did not. And perhaps that's not the only piece still out there. The wash continues to shift and change. Fields are plowed, construction crews dig foundations, metal detectors sweep across farmland and beaches. Every so often something old surfaces, a coin, a clasp, a fragment of worked gold. Somewhere in England, buried under soil or silt or centuries of forgetting, there might be more. A sapphire from St. Edward's crown, a pearl from the Tudor masterpiece, a piece of Empress Matilda's lost regalia, still waiting in the mud where King John's baggage train went down. The earth keeps its treasures close, but sometimes after 800 years, or 350, or just enough time for the world to forget where something fell, the ground gives back what it took, and when that happens, we remember what was lost, and we wonder what else might still be waiting to be found. When Anne Boleyn walked to the scaffold on the morning of May 19, 1536, she wore a gray damask gown trimmed with fur. Her dark hair was pulled back, hidden beneath a white coif. Around her neck she wore nothing, no jewels, no necklace, certainly not the famous pearl necklace with the golden letter B that had become her signature during her brief electric time as Queen of England. The absence was deliberate. Everything had already been taken from her. Her crown, her title, her reputation, her freedom, and all her jewels, personal and royal alike, had been inventoried, seized, and removed from the Tower of London, where she'd spent her final days. That necklace, the one she'd worn in so many portraits, the one that symbolized her identity as Anne Boleyn even as she became Queen of England, has never been found. It's become one of the most romanticized missing objects in British royal history. Partly because Anne herself remains such a compelling, tragic figure, and partly because the necklace represents something deeper than just jewelry. It was a statement in a world where women's identities were typically subsumed by their husbands and their husbands' lineage. Anne Boleyn wore her own name around her neck. We know the necklace existed because of portraits, not contemporary ones, sadly. There are no confirmed portraits of Anne Boleyn painted during her lifetime, but in the decades after her death, especially during the reign of her daughter Elizabeth I, images of Anne began to appear. The most famous is a copy of an earlier work, possibly from the late 16th or early 17th century, now hanging in the National Portrait Gallery in London. It shows a young woman in Tudor dress, heavily embroidered bodice, French hood, and around her neck a strand of pearls with 3 pendant drops, the middle one larger than the others, from which hangs a golden letter B. That necklace appears in multiple portraits identified as Anne Boleyn. Art historians have debated whether these images are based on a lost original painted from life, or whether they're later constructions, attempts by Elizabethan artists to recreate what the Queen's mother might have looked like. The consistency of the B necklace across these portraits suggests it was known that Anne wore such a piece. People who remembered her, or who had heard descriptions from those who knew her, would have corrected the artists if the necklace was pure invention. Initial pendants were fashionable in the 1520s and 1530s. Historian Nicola Tallis, who studied Tudor jewelry extensively, explains that this style came into fashion throughout Europe in the late 14th century and peaked in popularity during Anne's time. Both men and women wore pendants featuring their own initials, or the initials of people they loved. These weren't necessarily gifts from others. Often they were commissioned by the wearers themselves, proud displays of identity. For Anne, a B necklace made perfect sense. She was born a Boleyn, daughter of Thomas Boleyn, who rose to become Earl of Wiltshire. The Boleyn family was ambitious, well-connected, but not royal. Anne spent part of her youth in France, serving in the household of Queen Claude, and she returned to England sophisticated, educated, and determined not to fade into the background of court life when Henry VIII began pursuing her. When his obsession with her led him to break with Rome and transform England's religious landscape just to make her his wife, Anne didn't become less herself, she became more. And that B, hanging at her throat, was a reminder to everyone who saw her. She was Anne Boleyn, not just Henry's queen, not just a vessel for producing an heir. She was her own person. Of course, that identity was exactly what made her dangerous. When Henry turned against her in 1536, when he decided she'd failed him by not producing a male heir, when the whispers of adultery and treason began circulating through the court, Anne's independence became evidence of her guilt. A woman who thought too much of herself, a woman who wore her own name instead of submitting entirely to her husband's identity, that kind of woman, Henry's counselors suggested, might be capable of anything. The charges against Anne were almost certainly fabricated: adultery with 5 men, including her own brother, treason, plotting the king's death. The trial was a formality. The verdict was predetermined. On May 15th, Anne was found guilty and sentenced to death. 4 days later, she was beheaded by a French swordsman specially imported for the occasion, a small mercy since a sword was quicker and cleaner than the traditional axe. Everything Anne owned reverted to the crown upon her conviction. Traitors forfeited all their possessions, a legal principle that ensured the monarch benefited financially from executions. Sir William Kingston, Constable of the Tower and Anne's jailer, was paid £100 for a composition for such jewels and apparel as the late Queen had in the Tower. An inventory was taken. Anne's belongings were catalogued and removed. The bee necklace would have been considered personal property unless it had been a gift from Henry, and thus counted as part of the Queen's jewels, which belonged to the crown rather than to the individual Queen. Either way, it ended up in royal hands. Henry wasn't sentimental. Within days of Anne's execution, he was betrothed to Jane Seymour, and the planning for their wedding was underway. Jane would need jewels befitting a queen, and Henry, as he'd done before, simply recycled. This was standard practice in Tudor England. Nicholas Tallis, examining inventories of the jewels belonging to Jane Seymour, Catherine Howard, and Catherine Parr, found matching items that confirmed each successive queen had access to her predecessor's belongings. Jewels were frequently recycled, reset, and redistributed. It was economical, and it reinforced the idea that these weren't personal trinkets, but symbols of queenship that passed from one woman to the next. In 1532, before Anne even became queen, Henry had ordered Catherine of Aragon to return all the royal jewels in her possession so he could give them to Anne for their upcoming trip to France. Catherine was furious. After 26 years of marriage, being ordered to hand over her jewels to the woman who displaced her was a humiliation. She responded that it would be a sin for her jewels to adorn the scandal of Christendom, but she had no choice. The jewels belonged to the crown, not to her, and Henry took them. If Henry could demand jewels back from Catherine after decades of marriage, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. With Anne after 3 years. The question is what happened to the bee necklace specifically. There are several theories, none of them provable. The first and most likely scenario is that the necklace was broken up. The pearls would have been valuable on their own. Large, lustrous pearls were among the most prized gemstones of the Tudor era. The gold bee could have been melted down and the gold reused for new settings. This was common practice. Tudor goldsmiths regularly dismantled old pieces to create new ones. It was more cost-suitable than sourcing entirely new materials, and it meant that each queen could have fashionable, personalized jewelry rather than outdated pieces from previous decades. If this happened, then Anne's bee necklace ceased to exist as an object shortly after her death. The pearls might have been incorporated into necklaces or bracelets for Jane Seymour. The gold might have become part of a new pendant or brooch. Within months, any physical trace of Anne's most iconic piece of jewelry would have vanished, transformed into something that bore no connection to her at all. The second theory is more romantic, but less supported by evidence. It suggests that loyal supporters of Anne, perhaps members of the Boleyn family or sympathetic courtiers, managed to save some of her belongings before they were all seized or redistributed. These items would have been kept hidden during Henry's lifetime and during the reign of Edward VI, Anne's son, who died young. But when Elizabeth I, Anne's daughter, took the throne in 1558, these treasures could have been quietly returned to her. There is some tantalizing evidence for this idea. Early portraits of Elizabeth show her wearing an A pendant, similar in style to her mother's bee necklace. Did Elizabeth commission this herself, as a tribute to the mother she barely remembered, or was it a surviving piece from Anne's own collection, the letter changed to reflect Elizabeth's initial? We don't know. No records survive explaining where Elizabeth's necklace came from. It's also worth noting that some of Anne's possessions did survive. 2 books of hours, prayer books that Anne used, made it through the chaos of her fall and the subsequent years. They still exist today, preserved in museums. If books could be saved, why not jewelry? The third theory is the most persistent and the most controversial. It claims that some of the pearls from Anne's bee necklace remained with the crown and eventually were incorporated into the imperial state crown, where they remain today, hidden in plain sight among the 269 pearls that decorate that magnificent piece of regalia. This theory is romantic and symbolically perfect. It would mean that Anne Boleyn, whom Henry tried so desperately to erase from history, literally adorned the crown worn by British monarchs at state occasions. The imperial state crown was worn by Elizabeth II at her coronation in 1953. If the theory is true, then Anne's pearls crowned her daughter's distant descendant. Henry couldn't erase Anne after all. Unfortunately, there's no hard evidence for this claim. The imperial state crown has been remade and altered multiple times over the centuries. The current version was created in 1937 for George VI, though it incorporates gemstones from earlier crowns. Tracing the provenance of individual pearls back to the 1530s is essentially impossible. Pearls don't have unique identifying features the way some gemstones do. You can't look at a pearl in the imperial state crown and definitively say this came from Anne Boleyn's necklace. The theory persists because people want it to be true. There's something satisfying about the idea that Anne's legacy couldn't be destroyed, that a piece of her literally endured at the heart of the monarchy. But wanting something to be true doesn't make it so. What we're left with is absence. The bee necklace, one of the most recognizable pieces of jewelry in Tudor portraiture, is gone. It was last definitively in Anne's possession in early 1536. After that, silence. No inventory specifically lists it. No record describes its fate. It simply disappears from history. But Anne wasn't the only Tudor queen to lose her jewels in suspicious circumstances. Her successor, Jane Seymour, died in childbirth less than 2 weeks after giving Henry the son he desperately wanted. Jane's jewels passed to the next queen, Anne of Cleves, who kept them for less than a year before her marriage to Henry was annulled. Those jewels then went to Catherine Howard. Catherine Howard was Henry's 5th wife, a teenager when she married the aging, increasingly paranoid king. Like Anne Boleyn, Catherine was accused of adultery. Like Anne, she was convicted and executed, and like Anne, all her jewels were seized by the crown when she fell. We know more about what Catherine owned because better records survive from the 1540s than from the 1530s. Inventories list her jewelry in detail. Necklaces, rings, brooches, all carefully catalogued. Many of these pieces had belonged to previous queens, including Anne Boleyn. The recycling continued, an endless cycle of queens wearing their predecessors' jewels, until they too fell from favor or died. After Catherine's execution in 1542, her jewels passed to Catherine Parr, Henry's 6th and final wife. Catherine Parr was luckier than her namesake. She survived Henry and even remarried after his death. Her jewelry collection was extensive, and inventories show that she had access to pieces that had belonged to all the previous queens. But when Catherine Parr died in 1548, her jewels were dispersed. Some went to her stepdaughter, the future Elizabeth I. Others were sold or given away. The chain of provenance becomes harder to follow. By the time Elizabeth took the throne in 1558, the jewelry landscape had been thoroughly scrambled. Elizabeth inherited some pieces from her father's collection and from Catherine Parr. She received gifts from foreign dignitaries and wealthy subjects. She commissioned new pieces. Over her 45-year reign, Elizabeth amassed one of the most spectacular jewelry collections in European history, but trying to identify which specific items might have originally belonged to her mother is nearly impossible. There's one more piece of Anne Boleyn jewelry that demands attention, partly because its story is so strange and partly because it might, just might, still exist. In the 1530s, Anne owned not just a bee necklace but also multiple initial pendants. Portraits show variations, sometimes a single B, sometimes a B, entwined, representing Anne and Henry together. There were also reports of an A pendant, her first name rather than her family name. After Anne's death, Henry VIII did something unexpected. He bought back several treasures associated with Anne's time at court. Art and decorative objects that bore their entwined initials, H.A. or A.B. Historian Laura Eakins, who researched Tudor jewelry extensively, found evidence of Henry purchasing items he'd previously given away or that had been in Anne's possession. Why would he do this? One theory is guilt. Despite his public narrative that Anne had betrayed him, Henry may have felt some regret over her execution. Buying back objects connected to their early years together, when he'd loved her enough to overturn the religious order of Europe, might have been a private act of mourning. Another theory is more pragmatic. The items were valuable, and Henry had always been acquisitive about treasure. If pieces with their initials were circulating among courtiers or had been sold off, buying them back brought the wealth back under royal control. Whatever his motivation, it means that some objects connected to Anne weren't immediately destroyed or melted down. They were preserved, at least for a time. What happened to them after Henry's death in 1547 is unclear. His son Edward VI reigned for only 6 years and died young. Mary I, who came next, was Catherine of Aragon's daughter and had no love for Anne Boleyn or anything connected to her. Mary might have destroyed items bearing Anne's initials, or she might have simply ignored them, letting them sit in royal storerooms, unlabeled and forgotten. Then Elizabeth became queen. Elizabeth had complicated feelings about her mother. Anne had been executed when Elizabeth was not quite 3 years old. Elizabeth had no real memories of her. For most of Elizabeth's childhood and adolescence, speaking positively about Anne Boleyn was politically dangerous. Under her father, Anne was a convicted traitor. Under her sister Mary, Anne was the woman who destroyed Mary's mother's marriage and plunged England into religious chaos. But Elizabeth knew that her own legitimacy as queen depended on the validity of her parents' marriage. If Henry and Anne weren't properly married, then Elizabeth was illegitimate and had no claim to the throne. Elizabeth couldn't openly champion her mother without opening that can of worms, so she maintained a careful, public silence. She never spoke about Anne in official documents. She didn't commission portraits or monuments honoring her. Yet there are hints that privately, Elizabeth felt differently. An article by Ashley Jensen, writing under the name Being Bess, argued persuasively that Elizabeth found subtle ways to connect with her mother's memory throughout her life. A necklace in early portraits, the fact that Elizabeth kept and used Anne's books of hours, small gestures that wouldn't have been noticed by most people, but that meant something to Elizabeth. If some of Anne's jewelry survived and made it to Elizabeth, Elizabeth might have worn it privately or had it altered so it wasn't immediately recognizable. She could have removed the B and had the pearls restrung into a new necklace. She could have melted down the gold initial and had it recast into something else. These would have been practical decisions, not disrespectful ones. Jewelry in the 16th century was meant to be used and adapted, not preserved unchanged. So it's possible, just barely possible, that fragments of Anne Boleyn's jewelry survived into Elizabeth's reign and beyond. Pearls incorporated into necklaces, gold from the B pendant melted and reformed into rings or brooches, gemstones reset into new settings. The original pieces would no longer exist, but the materials would continue, passing through the royal collection, changing form with each generation, until their origins were completely obscured. This is the frustrating reality of lost Tudor jewelry. Very little survived intact. The pieces that do exist, like the Cheapside hoard jewelry found in London in 1912, show us what Tudor craftsmanship looked like, but they're rarely connected to specific individuals. Royal jewelry was too valuable to simply disappear. It was recycled, reset, and repurposed constantly. The result is that we know these objects existed, we can see them in portraits and read about them in inventories. But we can't point to a single piece in a museum and say definitively, this belonged to Anne Boleyn. There's one more chapter to this story, and it takes place not in a royal palace, but in a provincial town in England, decades after all the main characters were dead. A man named John Green, a member of the gentry but not nobility, wrote his will sometime in the late 16th century. Among the typical bequests, land, livestock, debts to be paid, there's a curious item. Green mentions a gold chain that he describes as having belonged to Edward V. Edward V was one of the princes in the Tower, the boy king who disappeared in 1483 and was presumed murdered. Why would John Green, living nearly a century later, possess a chain that once belonged to a vanished prince? How did he acquire it? And more importantly, was the attribution genuine, or was this a case of wishful thinking or outright fraud? Historians largely ignored Green's will for centuries. It was one of thousands in English archives, a routine document. But when modern researchers began digitizing historical records and cross-referencing names and objects, the mention of Edward V's chain stood out. If the chain really did belong to the young king, it would be an extraordinary survival. It might even suggest that Edward lived longer than official history claims, long enough to give away or lose a piece of jewelry that eventually made its way to John Green. The problem is that we have no way to verify Green's claim. The chain itself is long gone. We don't know what it looked like or what happened to it after Green's death. We don't know how Green came to possess it or why he believed it belonged to Edward V. Without the physical object, we're left with a tantalizing mention in a will and nothing more. Still, the reference is odd enough to make you wonder. People in the 16th century didn't casually claim to own jewelry from executed royals or missing princes. There were laws against possessing royal regalia without permission. Claiming to have Edward V's chain could have drawn unwanted attention from authorities. The fact that Green included it in his will, a legal document that would be read by officials, suggests he believed the claim was legitimate and that he had some proof or provenance to back it up. Could Green have been connected to someone who served in the Tower in the 1480s? Could the chain have been removed from Edward not after his death but during his confinement, perhaps by a sympathetic guard or servant? Could it have been passed down through families for 100 years before ending up with John Green? These are impossible questions to answer, but they point to a larger truth about lost royal jewelry. Sometimes objects survive in unexpected places. Not in royal treasuries or museums, but in the possession of ordinary people who inherited them or acquired them through circumstances lost to history. A pearl necklace might be broken up and the individual pearls sold to different buyers. A gold chain might be given as payment or as a gift. Over time, the connection to royalty fades. The object becomes just another old piece of jewelry, valuable maybe, but no longer recognizably royal. And sometimes, centuries later, someone looks more carefully. They check the provenance. They compare the style to known examples. They find a mention in an old will or inventory. And suddenly the object's history comes back into focus. That's what happened with the Tudor crown figurine found in Northamptonshire. For 370 years, it was just a piece of gold buried in a field. Then a metal detector beeped. And suddenly it was a fragment of one of the most important crowns in English history. Could the same thing happen with Anne Boleyn's bee necklace? Could it be sitting in someone's attic, unrecognized? Could the pearls have been restrung into a Victorian necklace and sold at an estate sale in the 1920s, now in a private collection with no idea of their origins? It's unlikely but not impossible. Stranger things have been found. In 2013, a diamond tiara belonging to the Swedish royal family was stolen. 5 years later, it was discovered in a trash bin, just sitting there, discarded, one of the most valuable pieces of Swedish royal jewelry, literally thrown away. It was recovered and returned. If a modern royal tiara can end up in a trash bin and be recovered, then maybe, just maybe, a Tudor necklace could be sitting in a drawer somewhere, waiting to be identified. But realistically, Anne Boleyn's B necklace is gone. The most probable explanation is the simplest one. It was broken up within months of her death. The pearls were distributed to other jewelers to be used in new pieces. The gold B melted down. By the end of 1536, it no longer existed as the necklace we see in portraits. It had been transformed into raw materials and then into new jewelry for Jane Seymour or for Henry himself. That's the fate of most lost royal jewelry. Not dramatic theft or mysterious disappearance, but simple, economical recycling. Monarchs and their jewelers had no sentimental attachment to specific settings or arrangements. They cared about the value of the materials. If a necklace went out of fashion, you broke it apart and made something new. If a queen fell from favor or died, her jewelry was redistributed. This practical approach meant that royal collections stayed current and valuable, but it also meant that very few pieces survived intact across generations. The exceptions are the objects that were too important to alter: crowns used at coronations, scepters and orbs that were part of official regalia. These pieces were preserved because they had ceremonial significance beyond their material value. But personal jewelry, the pieces queens wore at banquets or gave as gifts, were always vulnerable to being reset or melted down. So when we talk about lost British royal jewels, we're often talking about objects that didn't dramatically vanish. They just quietly ceased to exist in their original form. The materials survived, scattered across dozens or hundreds of new pieces. The originals were lost not to theft or disaster, but to the simple passage of time and changing fashions. Still, there's something particularly poignant about Anne Boleyn's B necklace. It wasn't just jewelry. It was an identity. And when Henry had it taken from her, when it was broken apart and the pieces redistributed, it was a final erasure. And the person was beheaded. And the symbol, wearing her own name proudly at her throat, was dismantled and scattered. Except she wasn't really erased, was she? Because here we are nearly 500 years later, still talking about that necklace, still seeing it in portraits, still wondering what happened to it. The physical object may be gone, but the image persists. Every time someone sees that portrait in the National Portrait Gallery, they see Anne Boleyn with her B necklace. Every historical drama about Henry VIII includes it. Every actress who plays Anne wears a replica. The necklace has become more famous in loss than it probably was in life. It's been elevated to symbol status precisely because it disappeared. We project onto it all our ideas about Anne Boleyn, her pride, her independence, her tragic fate. The necklace carries all of that now, even though the real object, the actual pearls and gold, are long gone. And maybe that's a kind of survival, not physical, but cultural. The B necklace exists in collective memory, in art, in imagination. You can't touch it, but you can see it. You can replicate it. Modern jewelers create versions for collectors and history enthusiasts. The design has been copied thousands of times. So perhaps Anne got the last word after all. Henry tried to erase her. He had her executed. He had her marriage declared invalid. He tried to write her out of history. But her daughter became one of England's greatest monarchs, and her necklace, or at least the idea of it, became iconic. 5 centuries later, people still recognize it instantly. They still associate it with her. The physical pearls and gold may be lost, transformed into other jewelry, or lost to time. But the image of Anne Boleyn wearing her own initials, claiming her own identity even as she became queen, survives. And in a way, that's more enduring than any physical object could be. Queen Victoria sat for her portrait in 1846, surrounded by her young family. Her husband Albert stood beside her, their children arranged around them in careful composition. The artist was Franz Xaver Winterhalter, one of the most sought-after portrait painters in Europe. Victoria wore a gown of rich fabric, elaborately detailed. But what catches the eye, what draws attention even in a painting crowded with figures, is the tiara on her head, a magnificent creation of emeralds and diamonds, the green stones glowing against the gold setting, the whole piece radiating the kind of understated elegance that only the very finest craftsmanship can achieve. That tiara was special to Victoria for reasons beyond its beauty. Her beloved husband Albert had designed it himself. Prince Albert, often remembered today primarily as Victoria's consort, was a man of remarkably varied talents and interests. He involved himself in art, science, social reform, and architecture. And he had, his wife often noted, wonderful taste in jewelry. The emerald tiara was one of several pieces he designed for her, each one a testament to his aesthetic sensibility and his deep affection for his queen. Albert commissioned the tiara from the jeweler Joseph Kitching in 1845. The cost was £1,150, an enormous sum for the time. The design featured a geometric base set with cushion-shaped diamonds and emeralds in gold collets. Above this foundation rose beautiful diamond scrollwork, topped by 19 inverted pear-shaped emeralds. The largest of these emeralds weighed 15 carats. The whole piece was substantial but not ostentatious, elegant rather than overwhelming. It perfectly matched Victoria's personal style during the early years of her reign, when she and Albert were young, in love, and setting the tone for what would become the Victorian era. Emeralds were Victoria's birthstone. She'd been born in May, and Albert incorporated emeralds into multiple pieces he designed for her. Her engagement ring featured an emerald. In 1843, Albert had designed a matching set, including a necklace, earrings, and brooch, all centered on emeralds. The tiara completed the parure, creating a full suite of jewelry that Victoria could wear together for the most formal occasions. And she did wear it, frequently and proudly. Winterhalter painted her in the tiara twice, once in 1846 for the family portrait, and again in 1859. She wore it for a state visit to France in 1855, where it attracted admiring attention from the French court. Contemporary accounts described Victoria's pleasure in wearing the tiara, her pride in her husband's design work. It became one of her favorite pieces, a symbol not just of her royal status but of her marriage. Then Albert died. In December 1861, at the age of 42, Prince Albert succumbed to typhoid fever. Victoria was devastated. She went into mourning and never really came out of it. For the remaining 40 years of her life, she wore black. She withdrew from public life for extended periods. She kept Albert's rooms exactly as he'd left them, and she made decisions about her possessions, including her jewelry, that were shaped entirely by her grief. The emerald tiara took on new meaning after Albert's death. It wasn't just a beautiful piece anymore. It was a tangible connection to him, something he'd created specifically for her. But Victoria, in her grief, began lending it to family members. Her granddaughter, Princess Victoria of Hesse, who would later become the Marchioness of Milford Haven, and whose own grandson would marry Queen Elizabeth II, wore the tiara to a costume ball in the 1880s. Photographs from the event show her with the tiara positioned around a velvet cap, a creative adaptation of the piece. Victoria may also have lent the tiara to her daughter Princess Louise, Duchess of Argyll. There are images from the wedding of the future King George V and Queen Mary in 1893 that appear to show Louise wearing it, though the image quality makes definitive identification difficult. Here's where the mystery begins. When Queen Victoria's jewels were inventoried by the jewelers Gerard in 1896, the emerald tiara wasn't included. This notable omission has led some historians to conclude that Victoria had already given the tiara to a family member before that inventory was conducted. But the 1896 inventory also omitted other pieces that we know Victoria still possessed, including a sapphire coronet that later ended up with the Harewood family. So the absence from the inventory doesn't definitively prove anything. What we know for certain is that the tiara didn't pass to Victoria's son and successor Edward VII as part of the crown jewels or even as part of the main royal collection. It went somewhere else. Family tradition and fragmentary documentation suggest it was given to Princess Louise, Duchess of Argyll. In June 1893, an inventory discovered by researchers at the British Royal Jewels account on Instagram describes the parure in Louise's possession, listing a diamond and emerald diadem designed by Prince Albert and set by Kitching in 1845, along with the matching necklace, brooch, and earrings. If Louise received the tiara in 1893, she kept it for the rest of her life. Louise died in 1939, and after her death the trail becomes much more difficult to follow. The tiara reappeared publicly in 1960, worn by Caroline Worsley, who was at the time married to the Duke of Fife. The Duke of Fife title descends through Victoria's eldest son Edward VII, specifically through Edward's daughter Louise, the Princess Royal. This is a completely different branch of Victoria's family tree than the one that included Princess Louise, Duchess of Argyll. How did the tiara move from one branch of the family to another? That's unclear. It's possible that Princess Louise, Duchess of Argyll, left it to a different relative in her will. It's possible it was sold and then purchased by the Fife family. It's possible there were family arrangements and exchanges of jewelry that weren't publicly documented. Aristocratic families in the 20th century often moved jewels around through private agreements that never made it into official records. Caroline Worsley wore the full parure to the state opening of Parliament in 1960. Photographs from that event clearly show not just the tiara, but also the matching necklace and brooch, pieces that appear identical to those worn by Queen Victoria in her Winterhalter portraits. This suggests that at least as late as 1960, the complete set was intact and in the possession of the Fife family. Then came decades of silence. The tiara disappeared from public view. Rumors began circulating in the late 1990s and early 2000s that it had been sold. Some whispers suggested it had been dismantled, the emeralds and diamonds separated and sold individually or reset into new pieces. These rumors intensified after the tiara appeared in two exhibitions organized by Geoffrey Munn, the managing director of the prestigious jewelry firm Wartski. In 1997, Munn curated an exhibition called 100 Tiaras, an evolution of style, which included Victoria's emerald tiara. In 2001, the tiara appeared in Munn's book Tiaras, A History of Splendor. After those appearances, the piece vanished again, and the rumors of its sale or destruction grew stronger. For years, historians and jewelry enthusiasts believed the worst. That one of the most beautiful examples of Prince Albert's design work, a piece intimately connected to Queen Victoria's personal life, had been broken up for its component parts. That the emeralds and diamonds had been sold off separately. That the tiara as an object, as a work of art, as a piece of history, no longer existed. Then, in March 2018, Kensington Palace announced a new exhibition called Victoria Revealed, marking the 200th anniversary of Queen Victoria's birth. The exhibition would feature personal objects and intimate details about the Queen's life, and among the items on display would be Queen Victoria's emerald and diamond tiara, and the complete matching parure. The tiara still existed. It was on long-term loan from the estate of the third Duke of Fife, who had died in 2015. The rumors of its destruction were false. The tiara and its companion pieces had simply been in private hands, away from public view, for decades. Visitors to the exhibition could see the tiara up close, could examine the quality of the craftsmanship, and could see the exact stones that Victoria had worn in those Winterhalter portraits. The piece was everything the historical descriptions had promised. The emeralds were magnificent, rich green stones of exceptional quality. The diamonds were beautifully cut in the cushion shapes popular in the mid-19th century. The gold work was delicate and precise. You could see why Victoria had loved it. But here's the thing. The tiara isn't lost anymore, but it's also not part of the working royal collection. It belongs to the Duke of Fife's family. It's on loan to Kensington Palace for display purposes, but it's not available for current royals to wear. The Duchess of Cambridge can't borrow it for a state banquet. The Princess of Wales won't wear it to a coronation. It's been removed from the active royal jewelry rotation and become instead a museum piece. This is a particular kind of loss. The tiara physically exists. You can go to London and see it behind glass, but it's lost to its original purpose. It was made to be worn, to adorn a queen at important occasions, to be a living piece of royal regalia. Now it sits still and silent, beautiful but inactive. It's been preserved, but also frozen, removed from the ongoing story of British royal jewelry. The same fate befell another of Prince Albert's designs, though with a more troubling twist. The strawberry leaf tiara was made by Joseph Kitching in 1844, a year before the emerald tiara. Albert designed it, and it was altered multiple times over the following years. Gerard made changes in 1848. In 1860, strawberry leaves, scrolls, and rubies were added to what had originally been a diamond bandeau. The resulting piece was distinctive and eye-catching, a combination of naturalistic elements and geometric precision that exemplified mid-Victorian taste. Victoria wrote about the tiara in her journal in July 1849, expressing her pleasure in a beautiful necklace, earrings, and a brooch of rubies and diamonds which her dearest Albert had arranged for her. Made from stones she already owned, combined with new ones she'd purchased with money inherited from two of her aunts. The ruby parure, of which the tiara was the centerpiece, became another of Victoria's treasured possessions. She wore it more often than the emerald tiara, actually. The rubies were darker, less bright than emeralds, which made them suitable for Victoria's mourning period after Albert's death. She wore black for the rest of her life, but she did wear jewelry, and she chose pieces that wouldn't look too cheerful or celebratory. The deep red of the rubies against black fabric was solemn, but still regal. She wore the ruby tiara to the wedding of her daughter, Princess Louise, and the Marquess of Lorne in 1871, a rare public appearance during her deepest mourning. When Victoria died in 1901, she left the tiara and the full ruby parure to her youngest daughter, Princess Beatrice. Beatrice made her own alterations, adding additional diamond elements at the base to increase the tiara's height and presence. She wore it in a formal portrait by the Spanish artist Joaquín Sorolla de Bastida and for the christenings of some of her grandchildren. But Beatrice had another tiara that she preferred, the Sunray fringe tiara, also inherited from her mother. She wore the Sunday fringe to major events like the coronations of her brother Edward VII in 1902 and her nephew George V in 1911. The strawberry leaf tiara, despite its beauty and its connection to Prince Albert, was relegated to secondary status. In the late 1920s, Beatrice lent the tiara to her daughter, who had become Queen Victoria Eugenie of Spain through marriage. Victoria Eugenie wore it for a series of formal portraits, and the tiara appeared in its full ruby glory in paintings by Christian Francois Nousser. The rubies were deep and richly colored, the diamonds sparkling around them, the strawberry leaf motifs clearly visible. Then, in 1933, Victoria Eugenie's daughter, the Marchioness of Carisbrooke, took the tiara to Cartier in London and had all the rubies removed. This was an extraordinary decision. The rubies were integral to the design. Removing them didn't just change the tiara's appearance, it fundamentally altered what the piece was. Without the rubies, it was no longer the strawberry leaf tiara that Prince Albert had envisioned and that Queen Victoria had treasured. Why did the Marchioness do this? The most likely explanation is financial. The 1920s and 30s were difficult times for many aristocratic families. World War I had devastated the European nobility financially and demographically. The Spanish royal family, of which Victoria Eugenie was a part, had particular money troubles. The rubies could be sold separately for a substantial sum. The diamonds could be left in place, preserving the basic structure of the tiara while removing the most valuable colored stones. The Marchioness wore the altered tiara, now all diamonds, for a portrait by Philip de Laszlo in 1934. The artist recorded in his diary that the Queen Victoria tiara suited her admirably. He noted that it had originally been set with rubies before she took it to Cartier to have them replaced with diamonds. Replacing them might be generous. It seems more likely they were simply removed and sold, with paste or glass substitutes put in their place for structural purposes, or the settings just left empty. After the late 1930s, the tiara disappeared entirely. It hasn't been seen publicly since. Unlike the emerald tiara, which resurfaced in 2018, the strawberry leaf tiara remains missing. Its current whereabouts are unknown. The most probable explanation is that it was sold sometime between 1939 and 1953. We know it was no longer in the family by 53 because when Lady Carisbrooke needed a tiara to wear to Queen Elizabeth II's coronation, she borrowed Queen Victoria Eugenie's Cartier emerald tiara instead. If she'd still had the strawberry leaf tiara, even in its altered state, she presumably would have worn that instead of borrowing from someone else. In 2009, a diamond brooch appeared at auction at Bonhams. The piece was identified as possibly being a component from the strawberry leaf tiara, one of the lozenge-shaped elements that had been removed when the tiara was taken apart. In May 2016, a ruby and diamond brooch, described as belonging to the original parure, was sold at Christie's. These fragments suggest that the tiara was indeed dismantled, probably in the 1940s or early 50s, and the pieces sold separately. Though unlike the emerald tiara, which survived intact, the strawberry leaf tiara appears to be genuinely lost. Not missing in the sense that we don't know where it is, but lost in the sense that it no longer exists as the object Prince Albert designed and Queen Victoria wore. It's been reduced to components. The diamonds went one direction, the rubies another. A brooch here, another brooch there. The tiara, as a coherent work of art, as a piece of royal history, is gone. This is a heartbreaking kind of loss, because it was preventable, and because it represents a broader problem with royal jewelry in the 20th century. Financial pressures drove many aristocratic families to sell heirlooms. The jewelry market was willing to pay more for loose stones than for intact historical pieces. A ruby from a Victorian tiara could be reset into a modern ring and sold for its gemological value without the complicated provenance and the restrictions on sale that came with a piece of documented royal jewelry. The result is that countless Victorian pieces were broken up between 1920 and 1960. Tiaras were dismantled, necklaces were taken apart, brooches were stripped for their stones. Some of these pieces had enormous historical value, but that didn't protect them. Their owners needed money more than they needed history. Queen Victoria's jewelry collection had been vast. She lived a long life, received countless gifts, and commissioned numerous pieces. She also inherited jewelry from previous monarchs and from family members. By the time she died in 1901, she possessed one of the largest private jewelry collections in the world. But Victoria was also very deliberate about what she wanted to happen to her jewels after her death. She made detailed lists distinguishing between crown jewels, which belonged to the monarchy and would pass automatically to her successor, and personal jewelry, which she could leave to whomever she chose. The crown jewels were straightforward. They went to Edward VII when he became king, but the personal jewelry was distributed among her children and grandchildren, according to Victoria's wishes. This distribution meant that pieces scattered across Europe. Victoria had 9 children, and many of her grandchildren married into other royal families. Jewelry that Victoria left to a granddaughter who married a German prince ended up in Germany. Pieces that went to relatives who married into Russian, Romanian, or Greek royal families traveled to those countries. World War I and the Russian Revolution then disrupted those collections. Some pieces were sold to raise money during wartime. Others were seized when monarchies fell. Still others disappeared in the chaos of revolution and civil war. Tracking the fate of individual pieces from Victoria's collection is nearly impossible in many cases. We have photographs of her wearing certain items. We have some inventory descriptions. But we often don't know who inherited which specific piece, and even when we do, we don't always know what happened to it afterward. The sapphire coronet is another Prince Albert design with a complicated history. Albert created it for Victoria in 1840, the year they were married. He presented her with a large sapphire brooch as a wedding gift, and she wore it pinned to her wedding dress. Over the next few years, Albert expanded the sapphire set, adding matching pieces until there was a complete parure. The coronet, which could also be worn as a necklace or bracelet due to its flexible design, was the final addition. The piece is small compared to a full tiara, but it's spectacularly beautiful. Sapphires and diamonds arranged in a delicate geometric pattern. The blue stones a deep, rich color that photographs show to stunning effect. Victoria wore it regularly and clearly treasured it as a symbol of her marriage. After Victoria's death, the sapphire coronet passed through various family members. By the mid-20th century, it was in the possession of the Harewood family. The Earl and Countess of Harewood are descendants of Victoria through her granddaughter, Princess Mary, the Princess Royal and daughter of King George V. The Harewoods have loaned the coronet for exhibitions over the years, and it appeared in Geoffrey Munn's 2001 Tiara exhibition. The coronet still exists and it's still with the Harewood family, but like the Emerald Tiara, it's been removed from the active royal collection. Current British royals can't wear it. It belongs to a cadet branch of the family now, preserved but no longer part of the working regalia. Another piece lost to the main collection, even though it physically survives. These examples point to a broader pattern. Victoria's personal jewelry, those pieces she designated as private property rather than crown jewels, gradually left the direct royal line. Some went to relatives who weren't in the line of succession, some went to grandchildren who married into foreign royal families, and over the 20th century, as those families faced financial pressures, many pieces were sold or altered. The Koh-i-Noor diamond has a different kind of complicated history. It's not missing. It's prominently displayed as part of the crown jewels in the Tower of London, set in the crown of the Queen Mother. But there's a mystery around what happened to the pieces cut away from the original stone. The Koh-i-Noor is one of the most famous diamonds in the world. Its name means Mountain of Light in Persian. The stone originated in India, probably from the Golconda mines in what is now Andhra Pradesh, sometime before the 14th century. For centuries it passed between various Indian rulers, Mughal emperors, Persian shahs, Afghan emirs, and Sikh maharajas. Each new owner took it by conquest or treaty, and each valued it as a supreme symbol of power. The British acquired the Koh-i-Noor in 1849. The circumstances were, to put it mildly, controversial. After the Second Anglo-Sikh War, the British East India Company forced the 10-year-old Maharaja Duleep Singh to sign the Treaty of Lahore. One clause of that treaty specified that the Koh-i-Noor diamond would be surrendered to Queen Victoria. Surrendered is the word used in the treaty, though taken might be more accurate from the perspective of the Sikh kingdom, that lost both its independence and its most precious jewel. When the diamond arrived in Britain in 1850, it weighed 190 carats. It was displayed at the Great Exhibition in 1851, where it disappointed many viewers. The cut was traditional Mughal style, designed to preserve the maximum weight of the stone and to create a glowing, translucent appearance when viewed from certain angles. But it didn't have the brilliant sparkle that Victorian audiences expected from diamonds. Prince Albert, ever concerned with presentation and public perception, decided the stone should be recut. The work was entrusted to Koster Diamonds in Amsterdam. Over several weeks in 1852, master cutters worked on the Koh-i-Noor, reshaping it into an oval, brilliant cut. The process removed a substantial amount of material. When they finished, the diamond weighed 105.6 carats, meaning 42% of the stone had been cut away. What happened to those pieces? The official account is that they were kept by the Koster firm as payment for their work, a not uncommon practice in the jewelry trade, but there's no record of what Koster did with them. Did they sell the pieces? Did they cut them into smaller diamonds? Were they kept as historical curiosities? Given the fame of the Koh-i-Noor, you'd expect that diamond fragments from its recutting would be carefully documented and preserved. But there's no trace of them in any collection. No museum displays chips from the Koh-i-Noor. No private collector has come forward claiming to own a piece of the original stone. The fragments have simply vanished. Some researchers have suggested the pieces were cut into small diamonds and sold without marking their origin. This would make sense financially for Koster. Small, well-cut diamonds are easier to sell than irregular fragments of a famous stone, especially when that famous stone's acquisition was politically sensitive. Better to turn the fragments into anonymous gems than to keep material that might raise awkward questions about colonial appropriation. But it means that somewhere, in jewelry collections around the world, there may be diamonds that came from the Koh-i-Noor. Small stones set in Victorian rings or brooches, their origins completely unknown to their current owners. There's no way to identify them now. You can't look at a 1 or 2 carat diamond and determine that it came from a specific larger stone that was recut 170 years ago. The Koh-i-Noor's recutting also raises questions about value and meaning. The Mughal emperors who first owned the stone valued it precisely because of its size and its traditional cut. The diamond's appearance was tied to Indian aesthetic traditions that prioritized different qualities than European brilliant cuts. When Prince Albert had it recut to suit British tastes, he was quite literally reshaping Indian cultural heritage to fit British expectations. The stone lost weight and lost its original form. What was gained was brilliance and sparkle, the ability to impress British audiences who didn't appreciate the subtleties of Mughal lapidary work. But something was also lost that can never be recovered. The Koh-i-Noor, as the Mughal emperors and Sikh Maharajas knew it, no longer exists. It's been transformed into something else. And this leads to difficult questions about ownership and repatriation that continue today. India, Pakistan, Iran, and Afghanistan have all at various times claimed the Koh-i-Noor and demanded its return. The British government has consistently refused, arguing that the diamond was legally obtained through treaty and that returning it would set a precedent that would empty British museums. But if the diamond were to be returned, which version would go back? The current 105.6 carat oval brilliant or the original 190 carat Mughal cut stone? The answer, obviously, is that the original no longer exists. It was destroyed in 1852. What remains is a British interpretation of an Indian treasure, recut and reset to British specification. The fragments, those pieces removed during the recutting, represent the physical loss of that original form. They're the literal pieces of Indian history that were cut away and discarded or sold, and they're completely untraceable. The Cullinan diamond has a similar issue, though on an even larger scale. The Cullinan is the largest gem-quality rough diamond ever found. It was discovered in 1905 at the Premier Mine in South Africa, and weighed 3,106 carats in rough form. The stone was presented to King Edward VII in 1907 as a gift, though, like the Koh-i-Noor, gift is a politically loaded term when the diamond came from a British colonial territory. The decision was made to cut the Cullinan into multiple stones. The work was assigned to Joseph Asher and Company in Amsterdam, the same firm that would later cut many of the world's most famous diamonds. The responsibility was enormous. One wrong move could shatter the entire stone and destroy 3,000 carats of diamond. Asher studied the rough for months before making the first cut. The cutting produced 9 major stones and 96 smaller brilliants. The 2 largest pieces became the Great Star of Africa, or Cullinan I, which weighs 530.2 carats and is mounted in the sovereign scepter with cross, and the Second Star of Africa, or Cullinan II, which weighs 317.4 carats and sits in the imperial state crown. These 2 stones alone are among the largest and most valuable cut diamonds in the world. The other 7 major stones and the 96 smaller ones were also distributed. Cullinan I and 08 are frequently worn together as a brooch. Cullinan 6, 7, 8, and 8 have been made into various pieces of jewelry and are worn by members of the royal family on occasion. Cullinan V is set in a brooch that was a favorite of Queen Elizabeth II. So far, so documented. But here's the question. When you cut 3,106 carats of rough diamond and produce stones that add up to substantially less than that, even accounting for the 9 major stones and 96 brilliants, where does the rest go? The cutting process inevitably produces waste. Cleaving, sawing, and polishing remove material that becomes diamond dust and small fragments. But with a stone as valuable and famous as the Cullinan, you'd expect every fragment to be accounted for. Did Asher keep the diamond dust as payment? Were small chips sold separately? Are there tiny diamonds from the Cullinan floating around in jewelry collections, unknown and unmarked? The official records don't provide clear answers. The 9 major stones are meticulously documented. The 96 brilliants are listed, though tracking their individual histories is more difficult. But the fragments, the dust, the pieces too small to cut into faceted gems, those aren't catalogued anywhere public. It's likely that much of this material was indeed kept by Asher as part of their fee. Cutting the Cullinan was risky and time-consuming work, and payment in diamond dust and small chips was standard practice. But it means there's Cullinan diamond material scattered throughout the world in unknown quantities and unknown forms. This matters because of provenance and because of the ongoing debates about colonial-era acquisitions. When South African officials and activists call for the return of the Cullinan diamonds, they're usually focused on the major stones in the crown jewels. But the Cullinan was originally a single stone. Returning Cullinan's I and I wouldn't restore the original diamond. That's been permanently divided and partially lost to the historical record. The Timur ruby, another famous stone in the British Royal Collection, has similar issues with lost companion pieces. The Timur ruby, which is actually a spinel rather than a ruby, weighs 352.5 carats and has an extraordinary history. It was owned by various Central Asian and Indian rulers before being taken by the British East India Company in the mid-19th century. The stone came to Britain as part of a larger collection. Historical records indicate it was part of a suite of jewels, but the other pieces from that original set have dispersed or disappeared. Some may have been sold, others may have been given as diplomatic gifts. A few might still be in private collections, their connection to the Timur ruby unknown or forgotten. The problem with historical jewelry collections is that they were rarely static. Stones were constantly being reset. Sets were broken up, individual pieces were given away. Unless every transaction was carefully recorded, and it usually wasn't, tracking the movement of specific items becomes impossible after a few generations. Maharaja Duleep Singh, the young Sikh ruler who was forced to give up the Koh-i-Noor, also lost many other treasures when the British took control of the Punjab. A 46-page file from 1912, discovered in the archives of Britain's India Office, documents an investigation ordered by Queen Mary into the imperial origins of her jewels. The file reveals that multiple priceless pieces were taken from India and given to Queen Victoria. Among the items listed are a gold girdle inlaid with 19 emeralds that Prince Albert had altered to make it wearable in the European style, pearl necklaces, and elaborately jeweled horse trappings. The file shows that these weren't voluntary gifts, but acquisitions made as conditions of treaties that the British forced on defeated Indian rulers. Duleep Singh's heir, according to research published in The Guardian in 2023, was forced to sign over the Punjab and its treasures to the British East India Company. Beyond the Koh-i-Noor, the spoils included jeweled harnesses and other valuables. There's also speculation that one of Queen Elizabeth II's favorite pearl strand necklaces was taken from Duleep Singh's collection, though proving this connection definitively is difficult. What happened to all the other items in Duleep Singh's treasury? Some pieces can be traced through inventories and royal records. Others have vanished completely. The gold and emerald girdle was altered by Prince Albert and presumably remained in the royal collection for some time, but its current whereabouts aren't public knowledge. The horse trappings may have been broken up for their jewels. The pearls could have been restrung countless times over the past century and a half. This points to a larger issue with colonial-era acquisitions. The British royal collection includes numerous items taken from India, Africa, and other colonized regions during the 19th and early 20th centuries. Some of these are prominently displayed, others are in storage. Still others have been lost, sold, or scattered through the extended royal family. Tracking these objects is complicated by the fact that record-keeping was often poor, and by the reality that many items were deliberately obscured in provenance to avoid political controversy. A diamond bracelet listed in a Victorian inventory as a gift from India might actually have been looted during a military campaign. A ruby described as purchased in Lahore might have been seized as part of a forced treaty agreement. As attitudes toward colonialism have shifted, there's been increased pressure on British institutions to investigate the provenance of their collections and consider repatriation for items that were taken under duress. But repatriation is only possible when the items still exist and can be located. For pieces that were broken up, sold, or lost decades or centuries ago, there's no path to return them to their countries of origin. Prince Albert's design work represents another category of loss. Albert personally designed numerous pieces for Victoria. We know about the emerald tiara, the ruby tiara, the sapphire coronet, and several others. But Albert was involved in jewelry design throughout his marriage to Victoria, from 1840 until his death in 1861. He sketched ideas, consulted with jewelers, and oversaw the creation of dozens of pieces. Some of these were major tiaras and formal jewelry, others were smaller items, brooches, bracelets, rings. Not all of Albert's designs survive, and we don't have complete records of everything he created. His original sketches and drawings, which would be invaluable historical documents, have largely disappeared. A few are preserved in royal archives, but many were probably discarded after his death or lost in the general chaos of Victoria's mourning. This is frustrating because Albert's aesthetic sense influenced Victorian jewelry design broadly. Professional jewelers looked to royal commissions for style inspiration. If we had a more complete record of Albert's work, we'd understand the development of mid-19th century British jewelry design much better. But personal papers and working documents are often the first things to be discarded when someone dies. Unless there's an immediate recognition that the materials have historical value, families tend to clear out sketches, notes, and drafts. By the time historians decades or centuries later recognize the importance of these materials, they're long gone. Some of Albert's smaller designs may still exist in private collections without being recognized as his work. A brooch that was commissioned in the 1850s, based on his sketch, might have been sold at an estate sale in the 1920s and is now in someone's jewelry box, the owner having no idea it was designed by Prince Albert. Without documentation or provenance, there's no way to identify it. The Russian imperial jewels smuggled to Britain during and after the Russian Revolution represent yet another category of lost treasure. When the Bolsheviki overthrew the Romanov dynasty in 1917, they seized the imperial jewelry collection, but not all of it. Some pieces were hidden or smuggled out by fleeing aristocrats. Victoria was the most famous example of a successful rescue. It belonged to Grand Duchess Maria Pavlovna, who managed to get it out of Russia during the Revolution. After her death, the tiara was purchased by Queen Mary and eventually passed to Queen Elizabeth II, who wore it frequently. The tiara still exists and is one of the most recognizable pieces in the British royal collection. But the Vladimir tiara wasn't the only Russian piece to make it to Britain. Various members of the extended Romanov family escaped with jewelry, and some of those pieces were later sold to British buyers or given as gifts to British royals. The problem is that documentation is incomplete. Revolutionary chaos isn't conducive to careful record-keeping. A 1922 book called The Russian Diamond Fund included photographs of 4 pieces that didn't appear in a more comprehensive 1925 catalog. The missing items were a tiara, a bracelet, a necklace, and a brooch. Where did they go? One possibility is that they were sold secretly before the 1925 catalog was compiled. Another is that they were smuggled out and never officially recorded as lost. The brooch was eventually tracked down. It had been sold at auction in 1927, but the tiara, bracelet, and necklace are still unaccounted for. There are multiple possible explanations. Soviet agents were caught smuggling diamonds in their luggage on more than one occasion, attempting to sell imperial jewels on the black market to raise funds for the new government. The 3 missing pieces could have been sold through those channels, their origins disguised to avoid political complications. There are also persistent stories of Romanovs hiding jewelry during their exile in Siberia or sending pieces to China for safekeeping. Some of these tales have been verified. Caches of hidden jewelry have been discovered decades after the revolution. But other stories remain unconfirmed, existing somewhere between documented history and family legend. The challenge with Russian imperial jewelry is that the Romanovs had one of the largest royal collections in the world. The imperial treasury contained thousands of pieces. When that collection was seized, scattered, and partially sold off by the Soviet government, the provenance of individual items became hopelessly tangled. Some pieces can be traced through auction records and museum acquisitions. Others disappeared into private collections and haven't been seen publicly in over a century. British connections to these pieces come through multiple routes. Queen Mary, who had a passionate interest in jewelry and tiaras particularly, purchased Russian pieces when they became available. She acquired the Vladimir tiara and several other Russian items. Queen Alexandra, who was born a Danish princess, had close family ties to the Romanovs and may have received pieces as gifts or inheritances before the revolution. Then there are the pieces that came through less formal channels. Russian aristocrats fleeing the revolution often sold jewelry to survive. Some of this material ended up in British jewelry shops and auction houses. A Russian tiara sold in London in 1923 might have been purchased by a British aristocrat, worn for a generation, and then sold again in the 1950s with no mention of its Russian origins. Unless the piece is distinctive enough to be recognized, or unless documentation survived, there's no way to trace it back to the imperial collection. This matters because there are ongoing efforts by Russia and by Romanov descendants to recover or at least catalog pieces from the imperial collection. But when items have passed through multiple sales and changed countries, establishing provenance becomes extremely difficult. And when pieces have been altered, broken up, or reset, they may no longer be recognizable even if they are located. A Russian diamond tiara that was sold in 1925 and subsequently had its diamonds removed and reset into a modern necklace in 1960 is, for all practical purposes, lost. The materials still exist, but the original object is gone. This is the same problem that affects so much historical jewelry. The component parts survive, scattered and transformed, while the original creations vanish. Queen Victoria's personal collection suffered from this problem on a smaller scale. When she died, her jewelry was divided among her heirs according to her detailed instructions. But those instructions didn't cover every single piece she owned. Some items were simply listed as miscellaneous jewelry or small pieces. These unmarked items were distributed based on family negotiations and personal requests that weren't always recorded. Over the next several generations, these pieces moved through the family. A granddaughter inherited a bracelet and later gave it to her own daughter. That daughter wore it for 30 years and then sold it when she needed money. The bracelet passed through several owners, eventually ending up in an antique shop with no provenance beyond probably Victorian, possibly royal family. How many pieces have followed this trajectory? Hundreds, certainly, possibly thousands. Queen Victoria's collection was vast, and only the most significant pieces were carefully tracked. Everything else entered the stream of general Victorian jewelry, where it became indistinguishable from non-royal pieces of similar age and style. This is especially true for items that weren't particularly distinctive. A simple gold bracelet or a small diamond brooch might have belonged to Queen Victoria, but unless it's engraved or comes with ironclad provenance, there's no way to prove it. And most Victorian jewelry wasn't engraved with ownership information. Pieces were marked with the jeweler's name and the gold content, but not with the name of the original owner. The result is that a significant portion of Queen Victoria's jewelry exists somewhere, owned by people who have no idea they possess something that once belonged to a queen. The pieces aren't lost in the sense of being destroyed or buried. They're lost in the sense of being unidentified and unidentifiable. The same problem affects jewelry from other 19th and early 20th century royals. King Edward VII and Queen Alexandra had extensive collections. George V and Queen Mary were avid collectors who acquired pieces constantly. These collections were partially passed down through the royal family, but many items were sold, given away, or distributed to relatives who later sold them. Auction houses occasionally see pieces with royal provenance come up for sale. Sotheby's and Christie's have jewelry departments that specialize in identifying and authenticating royal pieces, but the authentication process is difficult. You need documentation, ideally a photograph showing a royal wearing the specific piece, or a mention in an inventory or diary. Without that level of proof, auction houses are reluctant to make definitive attributions. Even when pieces can be authenticated, there's often resistance to putting them on the market. Selling royal jewelry can be controversial. Some family members believe heirlooms should stay within the family. Others worry about public criticism for cashing in on heritage. Still others are concerned about tax implications or legal restrictions on selling items that might be considered national treasures. This means that some authenticated royal pieces sit in private collections, neither displayed publicly nor available for sale. They exist in a kind of limbo, documented but inaccessible. From a historical perspective, they might as well be lost. If no one can see them or study them, if they don't contribute to public understanding of royal history, their existence matters only to their owners. The Greville bequest represents an interesting exception to this pattern. Dame Margaret Greville was a society hostess and friend of the royal family who died in 1942. She left her entire jewelry collection to Queen Elizabeth, the wife of George VI, and later known as the Queen Mother. The collection was substantial and included several important pieces. Among the Greville jewels was a stunning emerald and diamond Kokoshnik tiara made by Boucheron in 1919. The Queen Mother wore it occasionally, and it passed to Queen Elizabeth II after the Queen Mother's death in 2002. The tiara remained in the royal collection and was loaned to Princess Eugenie for her wedding in 2018. The Greville bequest shows what's possible when jewelry is deliberately kept together and preserved. The pieces maintain their provenance, their historical value is recognized, and they continue to be used and appreciated. But this outcome required Dame Greville's specific choice to leave everything to the royal family rather than distributing pieces among multiple heirs or selling them. Most jewelry collections don't receive that level of deliberate preservation. They're divided, sold, or scattered according to the needs and wishes of each generation. And each division, each sale, each gift to a distant relative increases the likelihood that provenance will be lost and pieces will disappear into the general market. The problem intensified in the mid-20th century as inheritance taxes increased and maintaining large estates became financially difficult for aristocratic families. Jewelry was often the most liquid asset available. A tiara that had been in the family for 3 generations could be sold to pay death duties. The historical and sentimental value couldn't compete with financial necessity. Between 1940 and 1970, an enormous amount of aristocratic and royal jewelry entered the market. Some pieces were purchased by museums, others went to private collectors. Many were broken up by jewelers who valued the stones more than the settings. Tiaras from the 1840s and 50s, the height of Victorian design, were particularly vulnerable. The settings were often elaborate and old-fashioned by mid-20th century standards. Jewelers would remove the diamonds and colored stones, discard the gold framework or melt it down, and reset the stones in modern designs. This practice destroyed countless pieces of historical significance. A tiara that had been worn by a duchess at Queen Victoria's coronation in 1838 was, from a jeweler's perspective in 1955, just an outdated piece with good stones. The fact that it had historical importance didn't affect its value on the open market. In fact, historical importance sometimes decreased value because it came with restrictions and complications that modern pieces didn't have. This ruthlessly practical approach to historic jewelry horrifies modern conservators and historians, but it made perfect financial sense at the time. A Victorian tiara might sell for a few £1,000s intact. Broken up, the stones could be sold for substantially more, and the gold could be melted and reused. From a purely economic standpoint, dismantling was the rational choice. The cultural loss, however, is incalculable. Each destroyed piece is a data point erased from history. We lose information about design trends, about craftsmanship techniques, about the aesthetics and values of previous generations. We lose objects that are connected directly to documented historical events and people. A tiara worn at a coronation is a tangible link to that moment. Once it's destroyed, that physical connection is severed. Photography has helped mitigate some of this loss. We have extensive photographic records of Victorian and Edwardian royals wearing their jewelry. These images allow us to see pieces that no longer exist. We can study the designs, identify the stones, and understand how the jewelry was worn. In some cases, photographs have enabled researchers to identify fragments of broken-up pieces when they appear at auction. But photographs can't replace the actual objects. You can't study craftsmanship techniques from a photograph. You can't examine the back of a setting or see how pieces were constructed to be flexible or convertible. You can't understand the weight and feel of a tiara or the way light interacts with specific stone cuts. For all their value, photographs are poor substitutes for the real thing. The jewelry collections that were most successfully preserved are those that were formally designated as heirlooms or that were purchased by institutions. The crown jewels in the Tower of London are protected by their official status. They can't be sold or broken up because they belong to the crown in perpetuity. Similarly, pieces that museums acquired in the early 20th century are protected by institutional policies against deaccessioning. But the vast majority of royal and aristocratic jewelry never had that level of protection. It was personal property, subject to the same market forces as any other valuable possession. When owners needed money or when heirs didn't value historical significance, pieces were sold and often destroyed. This brings us back to Queen Victoria's emerald tiara and the strawberry leaf tiara. The emerald tiara survived because it passed to the Duke of Fife's family, who maintained it intact and eventually agreed to loan it for public display. The strawberry leaf tiara was destroyed because the Marchioness of Carisbrooke needed to sell the rubies and because there was a ready market for loose ruby stones. Both outcomes were plausible. Both happened to countless pieces from Victoria's original collection. The difference came down to the specific financial circumstances and personal values of the individuals who inherited each piece. History, in this case, was largely a matter of luck. And that's perhaps the most frustrating aspect of lost royal jewelry. So much depended on chance. A piece that survived the 19th century intact could be destroyed in the 1930s because its owner faced financial difficulties. Another piece, from the same original set, could survive because it passed to someone who valued it and had the resources to keep it. There was no master plan for preservation, no comprehensive strategy to protect historically significant pieces. Each item's fate was determined individually, based on circumstances that often had nothing to do with the piece's importance. The result is that we have a fragmentary and somewhat random collection of surviving pieces. Some magnificent tiaras and jewelry sets have been preserved. Others, equally important and equally beautiful, are gone. What survives isn't necessarily what's most valuable or most significant. It's what happened, through luck and circumstance, to end up with owners who chose or were able to keep it intact. Looking forward, there's some hope that future losses can be prevented. There's greater awareness now of the historical value of royal jewelry. Museums and historical institutions are more active in trying to acquire pieces before they're broken up. Export restrictions in the UK make it more difficult to send historically significant items out of the country, which provides some protection against loss to foreign collectors. But private ownership still means private decisions. If a family owns a piece of jewelry with royal provenance, they can still choose to sell it, and depending on its exact status and value, they may be able to do so without institutional oversight. Market forces still favor breaking up old pieces to maximize the value of the stones. The pieces that are genuinely lost, destroyed decades or centuries ago, can never be recovered. The strawberry leaf tiara isn't coming back. The rubies and diamonds from it exist somewhere, but the tiara as an object, as Prince Albert designed it and as Prince Victoria wore it, is permanently gone. But the pieces that still exist, even if they're in private hands or in obscure collections, could potentially be brought back into public view. It requires research, outreach to families who may possess royal jewelry, and resources to acquire or arrange loans of significant pieces. Organizations like Historic Royal Palaces have had success with this approach, as demonstrated by the Emerald Tiara display at Kensington Palace. There's also value in documenting what's been lost. Comprehensive catalogs of Queen Victoria's jewelry, for example, can help identify pieces if they do surface at auction. Photographs and written descriptions create a record that survives even when the objects don't. Future researchers can at least know what existed, even if they can't study the actual pieces. The story of Victoria's lost jewelry, Albert's designs, and the scattered remains of royal collections isn't finished. Pieces continue to surface occasionally. Auction houses see items that haven't been publicly known in decades. Families going through estates discover jewelry tucked away in safety deposit boxes, sometimes with provenance documentation that's been stored with the pieces for generations. Each discovery adds to our understanding. Each piece that's identified and preserved prevents further loss. But the gaps remain. The emerald tiara exists. The strawberry leaf tiara doesn't. Some pieces are safe in museums. Others are in private collections where they may or may not be cared for properly. And countless others have been destroyed, their materials scattered, their histories forgotten. What survives does so not because of any inherent superiority, but because of a combination of chance, choices, and circumstances that allowed them to escape the economic and social forces that destroyed so many of their counterparts. They're the lucky ones. And we're lucky to still have them, these tangible connections to Victoria and Albert, to the Victorian era, to the development of British royal jewelry. But we should remember what's lost, too. The pieces that didn't survive. The designs that existed only briefly before being dismantled and transformed. The jewelry that adorned queens and princesses but couldn't survive the changes of the 20th century. They're part of the story too. Their absence shapes what remains, creating gaps in the historical record that can never be completely filled. The 20th century brought new kinds of losses to the story of British royal jewels. Not medieval crowns melted by revolutionaries or Tudor necklaces recycled by pragmatic kings, but modern disappearances that happened in living memory, witnessed by cameras, documented in newspapers, and yet still unsolved. These are mysteries that feel like they should be solvable. The people involved aren't shadowy medieval figures, but grandparents and great-grandparents of people alive today. The technology existed to track and protect these items, and yet they vanished anyway. The Russian Revolution created ripples that reached far beyond Russia's borders. When the Bolsheviks overthrew the Romanov dynasty in 1917, they seized the imperial treasury, one of the most spectacular collections of jewels and precious objects in the world. The Romanovs had accumulated wealth over centuries, and their jewelry collection reflected the tastes and resources of multiple generations of autocratic rule. But not everything was captured. As the revolution unfolded and the imperial family's situation became increasingly desperate, loyal supporters and family members managed to smuggle some pieces out of the country. The methods varied. Jewels were sewn into clothing, hidden in luggage, carried by trusted servants who then fled across borders. Some items were deposited with foreign banks before the revolution fully materialized. Others were entrusted to relatives living outside Russia. Vladimir Tiara's escape is well documented. It belonged to Grand Duchess Maria Pavlovna, and when she fled Russia, she had to leave it behind. The tiara was hidden, and later a British agent working with remaining contacts in Russia managed to retrieve it and smuggle it out. After Maria Pavlovna's death, the tiara was purchased by Queen Mary in the 1920s. It's been in the British royal collection ever since, one of the most recognizable pieces in Queen Elizabeth II's jewelry wardrobe. But the Vladimir tiara represents a success story. For every piece that made it safely out and into documented collections, there were others that disappeared along the way. The chaos of revolution and civil war isn't conducive to careful record-keeping. People fleeing for their lives don't always document exactly which pieces of jewelry they're carrying or where they plan to take them. This created opportunities for all sorts of outcomes. Some Romanov jewels were sold quickly and quietly by their rescuers to fund escapes or new lives in exile. These pieces entered the general jewelry market with their origins obscured. A Russian aristocrat selling a diamond bracelet in Paris in 1920 probably didn't advertise that it came from the imperial collection. Doing so would have raised questions, attracted attention, and possibly lowered the sale price if buyers worried about legal complications. Other pieces were kept by the families who escaped with them, preserved as heirlooms and connections to their lost homeland. These items stayed in private hands, passed down through generations, their existence known only to family members and close associates. Then there were pieces that were lost in the literal sense, sold to questionable buyers who melted them down or broke them up, seized by authorities in various countries as refugees tried to cross borders, lost to theft or simple misfortune during the chaos of displacement. By the time researchers in the late 20th century tried to account for what had happened to the imperial jewelry collection, the trail was hopelessly tangled. The Soviet government had sold some pieces openly through official channels in the 1920s and 30s to raise hard currency. These sales were documented, and many of those pieces ended up in museums or well-known private collections. But the unofficial dispersals, the smuggled pieces, the items that left Russia in coat linings and secret compartments, those are much harder to trace. The 1922 catalog called The Russian Diamond Fund included photographs of items that didn't appear in the more comprehensive 1925 version. 4 pieces specifically, a tiara, a bracelet, a necklace, and a brooch, were shown in the earlier catalog, but omitted from the later one. The question is why? One theory is that these pieces were sold between 1922 and 1925, and the sales weren't officially recorded. The Soviet government in those years was desperate for foreign currency and was willing to sell imperial treasures to get it. Some sales went through official channels and were documented. Others may have been more discreet, arranged through intermediaries, with the proceeds going to fund specific projects or operations that the government didn't want to publicly acknowledge. Another possibility is that the pieces were smuggled out before the 1925 catalog was compiled, either by Soviet agents looking to make money on the side, or by individuals with access to the collection who saw an opportunity. There were documented cases of Soviet officials attempting to take diamonds out of the country. Some were caught, their luggage searched at borders, the stolen items recovered, but others presumably succeeded, and those thefts wouldn't appear in any official record. The brooch from the missing four was eventually tracked down. Researchers found auction records showing it had been sold in 1927, but the tiara, bracelet, and necklace remain unaccounted for. They could be in private collections anywhere in the world. They could have been broken up decades ago, their stones sold separately, their settings melted for the gold. They could be sitting in a safety deposit box in London or New York or Paris, owned by the grandchild of someone who bought them in the 1930s and never told anyone about their origins. The connection to British royalty comes through the pieces that were purchased by Queen Mary and through the broader network of relationships between the Romanovs and British royals. Queen Alexandra was born a Danish princess but had close family ties to Russia. Her sister was the mother of Tsar Nicholas II, making Alexandra aunt to the last Tsar. When the imperial family was murdered in 1918, the British royal family lost relatives. Queen Mary's interest in Russian jewelry was both personal and aesthetic. She loved jewelry generally, collected it avidly, and had a particular fondness for tiaras. When Russian pieces became available through dealers in the 20s and 30s, she purchased several. These acquisitions were documented, the pieces entering the British royal collection with clear provenance. But there were likely informal gifts and inheritances as well. Surviving Romanov relatives, grateful for British support or simply maintaining family connections, may have given pieces to British royals as personal gifts. These wouldn't necessarily show up in official inventories or be publicly announced. They'd be private exchanges between family members, the kind of gesture that happens in aristocratic families without fanfare. Some of these pieces may still be in the royal collection, their Russian origins known within the family but not widely publicized. Others may have been sold or given away in subsequent generations, their connection to the Romanovs forgotten or deliberately obscured. The challenge with identifying Russian imperial pieces now is that many have passed through multiple owners over the past century. A tiara purchased by an American millionaire from a Parisian dealer in 1930 might have changed hands 6 or 8 times since then. Each sale potentially obscured the provenance a little more. Unless the piece is extraordinarily distinctive or comes with ironclad documentation proving it came from the Romanov collection is nearly impossible. This matters because there are ongoing efforts to catalog what happened to the imperial treasures. Historians, museums, and descendants of the Romanovs all have interest in tracking these pieces, but private ownership and the passage of time have made comprehensive accounting impossible. We know some pieces survived and where they ended up. For others, we have only questions. The 2009 theft from Graff Diamonds in London represents a very different kind of loss, but one that's equally frustrating in its own way. On a summer day in August, 2 well-dressed men walked into the Graff showroom in New Bond Street, one of the most exclusive shopping areas in London. They browsed, they asked to see pieces, and at some point they pulled out guns. What followed was the largest gem theft in British history. The robbers took 43 items worth approximately £40 million. Diamonds, mostly, including several pieces of exceptional quality and size. The whole operation took minutes. The men were professional, efficient, and clearly had planned carefully. They left the showroom, got into a waiting vehicle, and disappeared into London traffic. The response was immediate and massive. Police launched a major investigation. The theft made international headlines. Graf offered a substantial reward for information leading to recovery of the jewels. Security camera footage was analyzed. Witnesses were interviewed. The investigation followed every possible lead. Within months, arrests were made. 2 men were charged with the robbery and eventually convicted. They received long prison sentences. But here's the thing, the jewelry was never recovered. Despite the convictions, despite lengthy interrogations, despite offers of reduced sentences in exchange for information about where the stolen items were hidden, the jewels remained missing. This is baffling in the context of modern law enforcement. The thieves were caught. The case was solved in the sense that the perpetrators were identified and punished. But the primary objective, recovering the stolen property, was never achieved. The jewels that were taken that August day in 2009 are still gone. The most likely explanation is that the pieces were quickly broken up. Professional jewel thieves rarely try to sell stolen items intact, especially when those items are distinctive and their theft has been publicized. The smart move is to remove the stones from their settings immediately, separate them and sell them individually through networks that don't ask questions about provenance. Diamond stones, once removed from their settings, are extremely difficult to trace. Unlike paintings or sculptures, which have unique characteristics that make them identifiable, diamonds are more generic. A 5-carat round brilliant diamond looks like thousands of other 5-carat round brilliants. Unless the stone has unusual characteristics or has been laser inscribed with an identification number, there's no way to definitively prove which specific diamond it is. The Graf thieves almost certainly knew this. Within hours of the theft, the stolen jewelry was probably being dismantled. The diamonds were removed from their settings. The gold and platinum were either discarded or melted down. The individual stones were dispersed to different buyers, probably in different countries, through established criminal networks that specialize in moving stolen gems. By the time the thieves were arrested, the jewelry as it had existed in the Graf showroom no longer existed. The materials survived, scattered across the gray and black markets, but the pieces themselves were gone. Someone somewhere may be wearing a diamond that was stolen from Graf in 2009, but they almost certainly don't know its history. To them, it's just a diamond, purchased from a dealer or inherited from a relative who bought it years ago. This is the frustrating reality of modern jewel theft. The crimes can be solved, the criminals caught and punished, but the property itself often can't be recovered. Once diamonds enter the underground market and are separated from their original settings, they are effectively laundered. They become indistinguishable from legitimate stones, and there's no practical way to identify them. The Graf theft matters in the context of royal jewels because it demonstrates vulnerabilities that exist even with modern security and technology. If £40 million worth of diamonds can be stolen from a heavily secured showroom in central London and never recovered, what does that say about the security of royal collections? The crown jewels in the Tower of London are presumably as secure as anything can be. They're guarded, monitored, and protected by multiple layers of security. But other royal jewels, the pieces that aren't part of the official crown jewels but belong to the royal family privately, travel more freely. They're worn to events, transported between residences, loaned to family members. Each movement creates potential vulnerability. To date, there haven't been any major thefts from the current British royal family's private collection, at least none that have been publicly reported. But the possibility exists. Security is better now than it was in previous centuries, but determined thieves with proper planning can sometimes succeed despite modern technology. The Swedish royal family's experience in 2013 illustrates this. Thieves broke into a church where a royal funeral was taking place and stole a diamond tiara and other items. The theft was audacious and successful. The items were missing for 5 years before. Incredibly, they were found in a trash bin in Stockholm. Someone had apparently tried to dispose of them, either because they'd proven too hot to sell or because the thieves had been spooked by the police investigation. The recovery was pure luck, a random discovery that led to the return of priceless historical objects, but it easily could have gone differently. If the trash bin had been emptied before the items were found, they would have ended up in a landfill, destroyed and lost forever. Or they could have been found by someone else, someone who would have quietly sold them rather than reporting the discovery to authorities. That's the thing about lost royal jewels in the modern era. The losses often aren't final in the way medieval losses were. Medieval pieces were deliberately destroyed or lost to disasters that we can't reverse. But modern losses sometimes allow for the possibility of recovery. Items are stolen but might be found. Pieces are in private collections but could be identified and acquired. The jewelry exists somewhere, it's just a matter of finding it. Princess Diana's jewelry represents another category of modern mystery, though this one is more about dispersal and privacy than theft or loss. When Diana died in 1997, she left behind a substantial jewelry collection. Some pieces were family heirlooms, items she'd been given or loaned by the royal family. Others were personal possessions she'd acquired during her marriage or received as gifts. After her death, her jewelry was divided between her two sons, William and Harry, with the understanding that they would eventually give certain pieces to their future wives. This arrangement has been publicly acknowledged. Catherine, Princess of Wales, wears Diana's sapphire and diamond engagement ring. Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, wore Diana's aquamarine ring and bracelet at various points. But Diana owned many more pieces than just the ones that have been publicly seen on her daughters-in-law. She had tiaras, necklaces, bracelets, brooches, earrings, and rings from various sources and in various styles. Comprehensive documentation of her collection doesn't exist in the public realm. The royal family guards privacy around personal property, and Diana's jewelry was personal property, not crown jewels. So there are pieces from Diana's collection whose current location isn't publicly known. They may be in the possession of William and Harry, stored safely and perhaps intended for the next generation. They may have been sold privately to raise funds for Diana's estate or for charitable purposes. They may have been given to friends or family members as mementos. The lack of public information doesn't mean the pieces are lost in any meaningful sense. It just means they're private. The royal family isn't obligated to publish complete inventories of personal jewelry, and they generally don't. What family members own, wear, and pass down to their children is their business. But from a historical perspective, this privacy creates gaps in the record. Future historians trying to document Diana's jewelry collection will have incomplete information. Pieces that she wore frequently and that appeared in photographs may have disappeared from view, and without access to family records, there's no way to know what happened to them. This same issue affects royal jewelry more broadly. The pieces we see and know about are the ones that get worn to public events or loaned for exhibitions. But royal families own far more jewelry than they publicly display. Much of it stays in private, worn only at family events or kept in storage. Some pieces haven't been photographed in decades. Some may have been sold or given away through private arrangements that were never publicly announced. The result is that cataloging royal jewelry collections is always an incomplete project. Researchers can document what appears in photographs and official inventories. They can track pieces that have been exhibited or sold at public auctions, but private transactions and family arrangements remain largely invisible. This matters because it means we don't actually know the full scope of what's been lost versus what's simply being kept private. A tiara that hasn't been seen since 1960 might be lost, sold, or just sitting in a vault where no one has bothered to wear it in decades. Without access to private family records, there's no way to know. The missing inventory pieces represent another frustrating category. Historical royal jewelry inventories, the lists compiled at various points to record what the royal family owned, sometimes mention pieces that were never photographed or described in detail. These listings might say something vague like, diamond tiara or ruby necklace, without providing enough information to identify the specific piece. If such an item hasn't been seen or mentioned since the inventory was created, is it lost? Maybe. Or maybe it's just been renamed or had its description updated in later inventories, making it appear to be a different piece when it's actually the same item. Without detailed descriptions or photographs, matching inventory entries across different time periods is difficult. This problem is particularly acute for inventories from the 19th century and earlier. Before photography became common, descriptions were all anyone had, and Victorian jewelers writing inventory descriptions often used different terminology than modern experts would use. What they called a tiara might be what we'd now classify as a coronet. What they described as rubies might have actually been spinels or garnets, since gemological testing wasn't sophisticated enough to definitively distinguish between similar red stones. So when modern researchers find an inventory entry for a piece that doesn't appear in later records and hasn't been identified in any surviving collection, they're left with a puzzle. Did the piece exist as described? Was it later broken up or sold? Did it get renamed and it actually does appear in later inventories under a different description? Or was the original inventory entry under a different description? Or was the original inventory entry a mistake, a duplicate listing of something that appears elsewhere under a different name? These questions often can't be answered definitively. The pieces are lost not because they've physically disappeared, but because we've lost the ability to connect historical references to physical objects. The information chain has been broken, and without it, we can't say with certainty what happened. Edward V's chain mentioned in John Green's will falls into a similar category. We have a documentary reference to an object, but we can't connect it to anything that survives. Green's will is evidence that the chain existed, or at least that Green believed it existed, and believed it had belonged to Edward V. But we don't have the chain itself, and we don't have any other references to it that would help us understand what it was or where it went. This is different from a piece like Anne Boleyn's bee necklace, which we know existed because it appears in multiple portraits. We have visual evidence of the bee necklace even if the actual object is gone. With Edward's chain, we only have a single textual reference, which makes it harder to evaluate. Was Green telling the truth? Did he actually possess a chain that had belonged to the young king? Or was he mistaken, perhaps owning a chain that someone falsely claimed had royal provenance? Without being able to examine the chain or find other references to it, we can't answer these questions. The reference in Green's will is tantalizing but ultimately inconclusive. It raises possibilities without providing resolution. And that's perhaps the defining characteristic of lost royal jewels in general. They exist in a space between certainty and speculation. We know they existed because we have portraits or inventories or other documentation, but we don't know what happened to them because the trail goes cold at some point. They were last seen or mentioned at a specific time, and after that, silence. This is fundamentally different from objects that were never documented. There are presumably thousands of pieces of medieval and Tudor jewelry that existed but that we know nothing about because they were never painted, never mentioned in surviving documents, never catalogued in inventories that came down to us. Those pieces are unknown unknowns. We don't know what we don't know. Lost royal jewels are known unknowns. We know they existed. We know approximately when they disappeared from the record. We just don't know what happened next. And that gap, that space between what we know and what we don't, is where mystery lives. Some of these mysteries may eventually be solved. Metal detectorists will keep finding things buried in fields. Auction houses will keep seeing pieces with unclear provenance that turn out to be historically significant. Families will keep discovering jewelry in old safety deposit boxes and wondering if it might be worth something. Each discovery has the potential to answer an old question, or at least provide new information. But many mysteries won't be solved, can't be solved, because the evidence no longer exists. When the Tudor crown was melted in 1649, the gold became Commonwealth coins that were spent and lost. Those coins can't be traced back to their origin. The gold atoms that were once part of a crown are now scattered across the world in countless different objects. The physical material survives, but the object is permanently gone. When Anne Boleyn's bee necklace was broken up, the pearls and gold entered the stream of Tudor jewelry. They were reset and recombined with other materials. After 500 years of recycling and transformation, there's no way to identify which pearls or which gold in surviving Tudor pieces might have come from Anne's necklace. The trail is too cold, the transformation's too complete. For these pieces, the best we can do is document what we know, preserve the evidence that survives, and accept that some questions will remain forever unanswered. We can appreciate the objects that did survive and try to protect them from future loss. We can support efforts to authenticate and preserve pieces that surface in private collections. We can push for better documentation and more careful stewardship of royal jewelry going forward. But we can't recover what's been destroyed. We can't find what's been so thoroughly lost that no trace remains. The history of lost British royal jewels is ultimately a history of absence, of gaps in the record that shape what we can know about the past. The surviving pieces tell us something about royal taste, about craftsmanship, about the importance placed on jewelry as symbols of status and power. The lost pieces remind us that even the most precious objects are vulnerable to the passage of time, to changing fashions, to economic pressures and political upheavals. What remains is precious, partly because it survived when so much else didn't. Each tiara that made it through centuries intact, each necklace that avoided being broken up, each piece that stayed in royal hands or was carefully preserved by families and institutions represents a small victory against the forces of loss and forgetting. These are the objects that connect us tangibly to the past, that let us see and touch things that were seen and touched by queens and kings centuries ago. And the pieces that are gone, the ones reduced to inventory entries and portrait glimpses, they connect us too. They remind us that history is incomplete, that what survives isn't necessarily what's most important, that absence is part of the story. The lost jewels haunt the edges of royal history, present in their absence, remembered because they were forgotten, valuable because they can't be replaced. Somewhere in Britain, a metal detector might beep tomorrow over a piece of medieval gold. Somewhere in a Paris apartment, someone might open a drawer and find a Victorian brooch and wonder about its history. Somewhere in a safety deposit box in New York or Sydney or Hong Kong, there might be a necklace that once belonged to a queen, waiting to be discovered and identified. The search continues, the mysteries remain, and the lost treasures of British royalty, whether buried in the ground or hidden in plain sight or destroyed beyond recovery, continue to fascinate and to remind us that even gold and diamonds and the power of kings aren't permanent. Everything is temporary. Everything can be lost. And sometimes, just sometimes, what was lost can be found again.